Okay, it is now 5:50. The meeting will come to order. Roll call. Madam President?
Here, she has said here.
Mr. Montoya?
Present.
Ms. Haskey? Board Member George? Myself, we have 3. That's a quorum. We'll begin the meeting. Is there someone there that can offer pledge allegiance? Mr. Superintendent, would you do that for us?
You bet. We do have a teacher here with a couple of young ladies, and I do believe it's always best to have students get up and do the pledge. So if she would walk those students over to the microphone there, I can go with them, and I'm sure those young ladies would be happy to lead us. More than happy.
That'd be great.
I'm gonna walk over there with them.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
Of the
America
United States of
and
America
to the republic
and
for
to the
which it stands,
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you don't mind, Secretary Wells, I've asked Safety Coordinator Devin Verholst to step forward to say a prayer for us.
Go ahead and bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for allowing us to be here, Father, and we thank you for everything that you bestow upon all of us, Father. We just ask for your guidance and wisdom during these meetings, Lord. We just ask that you would put a hedge of protection around our entire district, around all of our board members, all of our staff, all of our students that are out there building the communities throughout this large district of ours, Lord. I just ask that may all the conversations be filled with plenty of patience and understanding and compassion, and that we all put our listening ears on, Lord, and we truly look at the problems and stuff that's being proposed here today, Father, that we can help please guide us with those solutions. In your name.
Next item on the agenda is agenda review. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the agenda?
Yes.
Board President.
Okay.
The agenda?
Item
no
2.
changes, right?
No changes.
Okay.
Sorry, Secretary Wells. Board President is just mentioning that no changes, so we're good.
Student, staff, and community recognition.
We need to
A.
approve the agenda, Board Secretary. So we need a motion to approve the agenda.
Oh, E, I forgot. I skipped right over that. Sorry about that. I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Board President, would you like a second? Yes, we have a motion to approve, and we just need a second.
Okay, I second.
Did you hear that? We got a
Thank
second.
you.
I
They
can't
got you.
really hear him.
Okay. I'll just.
We have a
You're the second, so we're gonna.
motion to approve and a second. Roll call. Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Ms. George, and myself, yes. The agenda is approved without modifications. Item 2, student, staff, and community recognition. A, 2023 National Distinguished Principal of the Year, Dr. Pandora Mike. Steve, is somebody presenting that?
We do have Jared Noble up at the podium, and he will go ahead and present the National Distinguished Principal of the Year Award to Dr. Pandora Mike.
Go ahead, Jared.
Thank you, Secretary Wells. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who've joined in person and virtually. It is my honor to recognize Dr. Pandora Mike, principal of Civitan Middle School, who has been named the 2023 New Mexico National Distinguished Principal of the Year, presented by the New Mexico Association of Elementary School Principals. This prestigious award recognizes the outstanding educational leaders who have demonstrated excellence in their profession. And on top of it all, Dr. Pandora Mike made history as she was selected as the first Indigenous principal to have received this award, both in New Mexico and at the national level. So with that, I would like to introduce one of our special guests. Like to bring on special guest Dr. Mark Barella, who's the Executive Director of New Mexico Association of Elementary School Principals, to share a few words.
Thank you, Jared. Can everybody hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We can.
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. That's okay. Just want to make sure. I want to thank you, Board President, Superintendent, for allowing me to say a few words. It was my honor and privilege to be able to accompany Dr. Mike to the Willard Continental Hotel in Washington, D.C., where they presented her with the NAESP's National Distinguished Principal Award. And we as the association are so honored to recommend Dr. Mike for her accomplishments, not only as being the first Indigenous principal to be recognized across the nation, but also for her representation as a woman educational leader in the Native American community. And so her support and her drive to support her students and her community, looking at the whole child, was one of the biggest reasons for our selection of her as our distinguished principal to represent the state. She has worked hard with social emotional learning principles, and she brings cultural and relevant intervention practices in her school. And so Dr. Mike, serving as a former member of the New Mexico Public Education Department Indian Education Advisory Council, I've had the opportunity to work with her in the bilingual education program to ensure that our languages and our cultures are preserved, especially in our Native American communities. And so it is with my honor and privilege that we recognize Dr. Pandora Mike for her accomplishments these last, I believe she's been in education for about 33 years plus in Central Consolidated, serving in many capacities. But we're just so happy to see her back in the principalship and doing what she loves. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Mike.
Secretary Wells, Madam President, Superintendent Carlson, members of the board, if it's if you grant permission for Dr. Mike to say a few words.
Yes, please.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and audience. Thank you for this honor and recognition. In my career of 33 years and going on my 34th year, I have seen and experienced many enriching learning experiences to help me grow as a leader. I am very proud of our district, Central Consolidated School District. I started working in Central Consolidated School District in 1993 and have been here and worked in different capacities, from being a teacher, a principal, a director, a deputy superintendent, and now as a principal for Tsebatai Middle School. I love what I do. I have been around the block, so to speak. I love working with the staff. I see 3 of them are here today. I think, yes, so thank you. And the way I look at this award is I feel like it's a victory for our district. I feel like it's a victory for our communities and for the people that I've worked with. I do share this honor with our district, with our school staff, with my family, and it's especially a victory for our children, because that's who we are here for. So thank you so much for this recognition. Thank you to everybody.
And thank you, Dr. Mike. Thank you for your years of service to the district.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes,
may I comment, please?
go ahead.
Dr. Mike, you are an absolute role model for your students, the community, and all the children of CCSD, and quite frankly, all the Native American communities. For you to stand up and do what you do day in, day out, and for as long as you have, I truly appreciate the efforts, and it is well deserved. So thank you very much for that.
Are there any other comments? If not, we'll move on. Comments from the audience. Ms. Ray, is there anyone there that's, or anyone sent in comments?
We do have one comment.
I'll go
Is
ahead.
that
and-
live or is that?
It's alive. I'll go ahead and read it. Secretary Wells, if you don't mind, we do have a comment from a community member, Carrie Willis, and she would like to speak. So we do have up to 3 minutes where she can speak. Just kind of a reminder to folks wanting to make comments. Comments can't identify people, so we may need to make sure we keep them general, so we're not talking about people in a public setting. Thank you. You can go ahead and use the microphone.
I've been having issues with the principal at Judy B. Nelson. My grandson has.
Could we have you identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Carrie Willis. I'm a
Thank you.
grandmother. My grandson is a 3rd grader at Judy B. Nelson. He has high functioning autism. He has an IEP. We've gone over numerous things with the principal. We've relayed issues we've had with the principal, with the superintendent, the special education department. I've even called the school board and have not got a call back. Last week, my grandson was restrained again, and we have requested a restraint report, which was not given to us. The principal gave us her account of the bus incident or whatever happened, but we still have not received the restraint report from the individual who restrained him. There is also video on the school. Our grandson asked us how we can trust the principal when she is misrepresenting her facts and being untruthful about certain things. He even asked that the flag be thrown because he watches football. We've caught her numerous, misstatements, as her grandson has. She is not following the IEP. Last year, she stated lack of stacking and funding to accommodate his IEP and needs, unless, of course, it's been convenient for her to do this. She stated a couple of times that he needs to conform to normal classroom and situations, but he is not getting the tools and the support that he needs to be able to do so and to help to succeed in the school and education system. I feel like maybe part of this is retaliation. He has been punished by her. When the old principal was there, he was able to walk with him and calm the situation down and do other things. She, however, likes to make him pick up rocks and do other things, denied him on field trips and other issues, send him home on a regular basis, even though he has an IEP, many other issues. I'm just curious how many other parents of students in the school, in the special education department, are not having their IEPs followed. Now, I will tell you and go on record that the special education department has been trying to do everything they can, as well as the superintendent, to get the issues resolved, and to no avail. So this is another resort to try and make this happen, not only for my grandson, but for other students who have a disability. Thank you.
I have one comment, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I was the board member that you called.
Correct.
And you left a number, and I called and spoke with the grandfather.
Correct.
So the statement that you made that
Yes, I'm incorrect on
nobody
that. I
heard
forgot.
back.
I apologize.
Thank you. Just for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. That concludes the
Are there
comments
any
from the
other?
audience. No, that's all.
Are there any other comments?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move to item 4, board and superintendent report. Board member reports. Are there any reports from the board?
I have none.
I have a report.
Is this Ms. Askey?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I attended the government to government a couple of weeks ago, and the issues that are concerning to our school district with Yazzie Martinez and impact aid were not addressed. The government to government was really limited, didn't really provide input from the participants. We were, it was more like a professional development where we received information from New Mexico Public Education, but we didn't really we weren't able to bring forth our concerns, especially in regards to Yazzie Martinez and to impact aid. Thank you.
Thank you. So that, if I understand right, you were less than thrilled with the presentations there, and
to put it mildly, yes, I was not impressed with how government to government occurred for this fall session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Miss George, are you on yet? Any other comments for the board? I do not have any. reports. Mr. Superintendent, item B.
Yes, sir, and just wanted to mention that Board President Aspis is not going to give a report at this time. For my report, I will make it fairly brief. We do have a fairly large audience. Thank you all for being here today. In attendance, more than we've had in quite a while. So it's good to see some folks here, especially we have some young people who probably don't want to sit in a meeting for hours and hours. So I'll keep you to two items. The first is Board President Aspis and I, along with the board's attorney, General Counsel, Jermaine Chappelle, we did attend a groundbreaking of the new solar facility in Kirtland. And I know most of you are kind of aware that there are 3 projects in the works, and this first one is north of kind of where the dump is off of 6,400, I believe, on that end, 6,500 on that end. And so we attended this ceremony, and so it was good to see this happening, as it does bring jobs to our area. So there were a lot of positive comments about solar energy. But I want to kind of bring everybody's attention to the flip side of that, is that yes, there's some jobs for the next year. If we had the plant still open, we'd have jobs for the next 30 years, and like the same number of jobs for that length of time. Once the project's complete, then the jobs mostly go away, except for a couple of them. And so yes, it's good to see something happening on a large scale like that to try to take the place of a plant shutting down, but we need jobs in this area, and we need them not to be taken away. So it was kind of one of those things where there was a lot of positive, but there's also that drawback that we all know about. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Also, I will be leaving tomorrow along with some board members to attend the National Indian Education Association. And I just wanted to kind of let everybody know that there's quite a bit going on there. There's a lot of different sessions that we'll be attending. Some of them will attend together. But we also have our ICO folks who will be presenting to a national audience. And so it's a national conference, so it should be amazing to see our folks getting up in front of a bunch of people and presenting the work that we do as far as language and culture revitalization. So I'll be attending those conferences Thursday and Friday, and leaving tomorrow to do that, along with some members of the board. And I just wanted to kind of let everybody know that. And that's all I have for this evening, Secretary Wells. So if you want to take it back, you can do so.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
You're welcome.
Are there any other comments? Then we move on to item 5, reports. A, fundraising request, Kirtland Middle School Scholastic Book Fair by Mary Weiss. Pardon me if I mispronounced that.
Good evening. This is Mrs. Atencio. I'll be presenting for Kirtland Middle School.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Ms. Atencio. Thank you, board members and distinguished members, as well as the community. Thank you. Kirtland Middle School is requesting the Scholastic Book Fair to be at our school. We want to run it for the week of the 23rd through the 27th. We usually run it around a week's period, and we usually are looking to raise around $1,000, and those funds go to promote, and we promote we promote better reading is the purpose of it. They are going to, with the funds, they will actually give out the books back to the kids. So they're not just kept for the fundraising purpose. They actually give the books back to the students. So, questions?
Any questions from the board or the audience?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either.
And I have none, so I thank you for your presentation. I guess you're off the hook.
Thank you, and I apologize, I just got on.
Item B, unique trip request, Newcomb High School, Newcomb Middle School, Heritage Navajo, Los Cosechas Student Leadership Institute 2023. That's not Los, that's Los, excuse me. Albuquerque, New Mexico, November 9 through 11, 2023 by Sav Brown and Lawrence Yazzie.
Members of the board, this is Herlinda Mann. I'd like to do the presentation if I'm allowed.
Go ahead.
At the last work session, good evening, Secretary Wells and members of the board, staff, and guests. My name is Herlinda Mann. I'm the assistant principal at Newcomb High School, and I will be doing the report for Newcomb High School for submission for the proposal. At the work session last week, it was, the question was, is it aligned with the education plan? And yes, it is. It is doable. When you read the Johnson O'Malley education plan, it is the second one where it has component 2, connecting colleges and communities. And on the second page, it says on number 3, promote and provide culturally relevant, appropriate educational student field trips for students to attend youth conferences. ICO will collaborate and plan with chaperones. ICO staff will need to attend conferences in place of chaperones if there are no chaperones available. However, we do have some chaperones that did resubmit our paperwork to align with what you had requested. And our chaperones are going to be Miss Brown, Mr. Pat Boone, and myself for Newcomb High School. 14 students and 3 chaperones.
Anything else?
Is there any other questions that you would like for me to address?
I have none. Are there any questions from other members of the board?
I have none.
Hello?
Mr. Lawrence Yazzie, I see your hand up.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, this is Mr. Yazzie from Newcomb Middle School. I'm on my way. I'm on travel, so hopefully we don't get disconnected. But for the middle school, we're gonna go back to the original plan that we had, which is just an overnight trip just for the leadership part. And everything, the way I turned it in, it's just a one-night stay for us. And I'll be only using one other chaperone, which is Miss Sally Nelson. So, yeah. You guys have any questions on that, or?
I have none. Are there any other questions from members of the board? Ms. Saski? Mr. Montoya, do you have any questions?
I'm just looking at the document in respects to what Mr. Yazzie has stated, and then the dates, and to clarify that the language on there is specific to that.
Any questions concerning it?
No, I don't. I got the itinerary I'm looking at. We're reading through it right now. But I thank him for the clarification on what he had stated.
Did you hear that, Mr. Yazzie? Mr. Yazzie, are you still on?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that's it, nothing else.
Did you hear Mr. Montoya's comment?
Which is that? Hold on. Not really, it was going in and out.
Okay, he said thank you for your clarification, and and he was able to see the document. So, anything else from the board?
I have
No.
a question, Secretary Wells.
Go ahead.
And I'm in the boardroom now.
Okay. I'll turn the rope over to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Yazzie, on your form, can we go back to that form? So was that original form that was submitted last week, work session?
No, there was another one that was put in before. See, myself and Tav were working on it. And Tav was the one that had all the connections to go visit the schools and all that stuff. And we were going to catch a ride and go along with them. But since it changed, we went back to just our original plan, which was just to do one overnight, which is Thursday night, and then come back Friday, just for the leadership, not the powwow or not the other events. And this is just for the mid school.
Okay, this is the updated form and where the changes were made.
Mr. Switch, is this the updated
Yeah.
form? He says yes.
Okay, does that answer, Mr. Montoya, Board Member Montoya? Board Member Montoya?
Yes, Madam President.
So I, along with you, was questioning the form, but it is an update, so I wanted you to hear that.
Okay, yeah, and that's why I'd made the comment about the clarification.
Okay. So you're chaperone. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Yazzie. Mr. Yazzie?
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes, but thank you for your report.
Okay, thank you. Miss Manuelito said she couldn't make it because of the internet, where she's at, so, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Members of the board, so is Newcomb High School okay?
So is that a different item?
No, they are combined on the agenda.
That's her demand. That's the assistant principal.
I'm good with it, Madam President.
Mr. Switch? So explain. So now that you got two different forms, right? They took it off from the middle school to the high school?
So, good evening, Board President, Ms. Aspis, and board members. So, the scheduled trip, the first one, was both, excuse me, was both trips combined together. So what we've done, there were some, the information that you requested from the last meeting, and there were some changes on within the trip. So what we've done, we made those proper corrections. So this is the second form. There's still the same trip.
Okay. But everything's updated to where,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Mann.
Well, thank you too.
Okay, we'll go on to item C, Najoni Smiles, Dental Care and Orthodontics for the Navajo Nation by Christy Brown and Tammy Wagner Johnson, Program Director.
Hello, good evening, Ms. Aspis, Mr. Carlson, and board members. I'm just here to introduce Tammy Wagner Johnson from Najoni Smiles Dental Care. They are wanting to gift us some items for our district, so I will let her give her presentation.
Good evening, board members, Madam President. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. I'm Tammy Wagner Johnson. I'm from Shiprock, New Mexico. I'm the program director for Najoni Smiles Ortho and Dental. We reside there since the 1990s. What we want to do is Najoni Smiles and its partners would like to distribute 2,000 bags to grades from kindergarten to the 5th grade. In these packets, it'll actually have information of Najoni Smiles and the different procedures it does provide. We also will give toothbrush tips for children on brushing, how many times and for how long. It's also going to include nutritional tips on how to eat and care for your teeth, as well as facts about the child's teeth and the growth chart of the child's teeth. Along with this, it'll have a bag, a clear bag that'll have all the information in there, along with toothbrushes, toothpaste, a timer, and floss. And we ask that if this gets approved, we would like to have Central Consolidated School also organize with us who we can hand those out to, because we feel that it's very important with oral and hygiene education to our young adults, our children, our infants.
I remember when I was in school that we would be bused over there. Is that still the same thing, or?
I know that was back with the Navajo program, orthodontic program, where they had that in the back. Right now we are trying to be in partnership with Ms. Trish Rule regarding that, and we were trying to set up a bus so we could have screenings come in. During the year, Najoni Smiles, we have the huge parking lots on the north and the south side where we have vendors that come out and do booth educational, and we really were in hopes to have the students come down during the school years to do those. But we're open. It's an open facility. It's there for all the children. Whenever they need the fire and rescue, they usually send me a letter from Mesa. They come down, they use our parking lot, and then we go out and give bags to the kids, informational bags, or just waiting there with us. So.
This wouldn't conflict with any other services, as far as you know? As far as dental?
No board president, as far as I know.
No, ma'am. We wouldn't give any screenings. It would just be informational.
Okay. Any other questions, board members, comments?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I just want to thank them for their gracious gift to our students and their consideration to think about their oral health. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
A very helpful gift and donation. Kudos to Najoni Smiles for their work in trying to improve the health of the students, the young people, their dental health especially. And thank you very much.
I have another question. So, you know, when these type of, you know, and I appreciate, you know, the gift and to our students, but with the district, we've had closures of power plant, mining, and you know, and it's affected our area, you know, and not just on the reservation side, but also here in Kirtland and pretty much the basin area. And so, I'd like to think that, you know, those kind of gifts, services could be extended, you know, to Kirtland.
Yes.
And so if you're able to do so, you know, I would appreciate that as well.
Yes, ma'am. We are open to not only the reservation, but also surrounding areas. We have patients that come in from Texas, Seattle, Denver, everywhere, and we don't frown upon it. We just open our doors and welcome everybody in. We are having free screenings on the ortho side. We're continuing to give that to our community, whether it's on the reservation or the surrounding areas. We also attend events here in the Farmington area, which would be the municipal area with Miss Whitehorse, just different items like that. It's just not strictly for the reservation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
No questions.
No question.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item D, CCSD Gifted Education Program Updates, Purdue University Gifted Education Resources and Research Institute. Camp report by Leonardo. I renamed you.
As long as it's not DiCaprio, it's fine. Good evening, Board President Aspas, Vice President Husky, Secretary Wells, board members, Montoya, Superintendent Carson, members of the community. Actually, my report is a two-part report where I have a team of great teachers and students here that will be helping me present to the board updates for the Gifted, Talented, and Creative program for CCSD. So I'll do the first part, and I'll let our gifted teachers and our students speak for their experience in the last summer camp that was held in Purdue University in Indiana. So basically, the building blocks of the Gifted, Talented, and Creative Education program for CCSD is the House Memorial 33, which was sponsored by Representative Christine Trujillo in 2022. So these are some of the highlights of the House Memorial 33 we're trying to see the cost and inconsistency of the gifted education identification process in the state of New Mexico. Determine why curriculum services and delivery models do not follow accepted national standards or individuals of the range of gifted student needs. And I would just add to that point also where our Native American students were underrepresented in the gifted education world. So establish gifted education programming and services for outcomes and evaluation. And of course, updating Gifted Ed, which is the technical manual that we are going by, and with the assistance of the House Memorial 33. Determine reasons for inequity in access to gifted programs and the loss of students participating in gifted services. You will see later that we have some data that will show you how many students we have and some projections that we will come up in the next few years. And we are all excited that there has been improvements and development in our identification of gifted kids. So House Memorial again demonstrates that crucial focus on how students are identified, provide assistance with the identification and curriculum that will be, meeting the needs of our students. Of course, the consistency and equitable identification among our students, especially the Native American students. So here are some, again, the prompts that highlighted in the reports. Of course, updating the NMAC to reflect the best practices in gifted education and providing increased professional development and progressional development opportunities for current staff and teachers. Change the process for teachers to gain gifted certification, which I think in the last couple of years it has been successfully gaining some teachers to get that endorsement for gifted education. And of course, the Senate Memorial 60, which was passed this last session, was adding the Martinez-Yasi to the verbiage of the gifted education programming, which students identified in Martinez-Yasi versus the state of New Mexico ruling being represented with greater equity and consistency as eligible for gifted education programs and bilingual multicultural programs. So these are some of our, as I said, building blocks for our gifted education program for CCSD. So the next page will tell you like the distribution of gifted education students here at CCSD. So the first, or the second and third column are our total number of students and total number of gifted students identified in central schools. So we have about 1.8% identified currently as gifted in CCSD. So that's a very low number compared to national average. So in our research, in our study, there's about 3 to 5% across the nation that are identified as gifted in their respective districts. However, we are really below that threshold. So we are aiming for more, or for good numbers. So next year we're aiming for 4%, which is about 188 students based on the assistance and the technical manuals that we have so far. And of course, by the end of 2025-26 school year, we're looking for 8% identified students, which is about 346 or 376 students across the district. And you can see the breakdown of our students' population by school as well. So here are some of the information that we got from the New Mexico or NMAC. It's in regards with the funding of gifted education. So this current school year or fiscal year, the gifted education funding will be allotted through the SEG, the State Equalization Guarantee, and we are working on making sure that those fundings will stream and going through the students at respected schools. And of course, here are some of the breakdowns of the services that our students have, like level, very similar to the special education, levels A, B, and C, C and D, like how their, differential cost factor and how each of students will be funded. And of course, the caseloads as well for our teachers, very similar, as I said, with our special ed. One teacher is to 35 caseload students. So basically, here are some of, again, the steps that we would like to implement and, gaining or the protocols that we will be doing for Central Consolidated School. So currently we are having our gifted and talent pool of students. So all of our schools, except for those who have not hired a gifted teacher, we have pool of students who are in their enrichment classes, and those students are ready to get identified. Their evidences are already being kept by their respective gifted teachers. So we will have a universal screener. We'll be using one of the top screener, which is the KOGA screener. And then right after the screener, usually the best practice is to get our third grade students, by the end of their third grade year, they will be screened. So the state of New Mexico had that requirement for all third graders to be screened for gifted. Collection and analysis of body of evidences. So we have some data points or qualitative and quantitative points that we would like to, kind of like put in our students as a package, like their cultural and linguistic assets, observations, anecdotal records, MLSS supports, interviews, gifted characteristic checklist, questionnaires, and some, of course, assessment data. And if you see assessment data is at the bottom, we didn't put it on purpose, but we are going to kind of like go away from just being quantitatively assessing our students in the gifted spectrum or gifted area. So here are some of the areas of giftedness. We all know, like there's previously there were only 4: general intellectual ability, creative or divergent thinking, problem solving, and specific aptitude or achievement. But currently we're adding artistic ability and leadership ability as well, which our students will have the ability and opportunity to be future leaders in our community, in our area as well. So that's something that we would looking forward to. So basically we are going to have the alternative protocol, which means that it is the New Mexico Talent and Potential Assessment System. So it's basically a quantitative approach for gifted, but utilizing our normal norms, which kind of like saying that it's more on localizing, looking at our students in a unique way. A systematic, practical, research-based process for building and refining gifted education systems that are equitable, inclusive, effective at developing talents and supporting gifts. So those are some of the tools that we are looking at to implement in identification, the planning, universal screening, selection, placement, and of course, those protocols that we would like to get going. Go ahead, Ms. Sharon. So this is kind of like basic flow chart for the identification and qualification for gifted. So screening and of course recommendation from teachers, parents, or even our administrators and even community members. So there will be a school gifted team that will be established, and then there will be qualifications for, of course, process for that or stage. So there will be yes, partial, and no. But for those students who are either in partial and no, it doesn't mean that they will be limited with resources as pertaining to the gifted education programming. So we will still accommodate them and have them stay in those respective classes as they wish to. We will not, again, limit their opportunities and options for those areas. So these are some of the available assessments that I would like everyone or the board looked at, and of course those are national assessment research-based tools. So here is kind of like the the meat of the presentation, what are the things that we would like to get going. So District Advisory Committee for Gifted. So there will be a gifted teachers that will be included in the committee. That will be elementary, middle school, and high school. Of course, we're trying to get the parents as well for elementary, middle school, and high school. The district task coordinator as pertains to assessment, school administrator, and the school district representative. So the next part of that is the school gifted team, which basically would be the principal or the school leaders, school counselor, gifted teacher, regular ed teacher, artistic teacher, whether it's art, music, or in PE or whatever, specialized courses that we have in our elementary, middle school, and high school. And of course, our parents and our guardians. Of course, when they get into the identification or identified already, so we will have the gifted individualized education plan. So we're, kind of like looking at what's the best for that particular student to enhance, develop their talents, skills, gifts, and creativity. So there's the team that will address that. So item J, gifted, talented, and creative education services, enrichment of talent pool. As I said earlier, we will have those access to all students, access to advanced materials, high-level instructions, and faster-paced curriculum. And we wanted to get the last part about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we do believe gifted education services will also be beneficial for our Native American students, EL students, and of course those who are under the special, like students with disability, those what we call 2E or twice exceptionality, and some of the verbiage from diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then I can ask, so the power or the graphs also shows the projection of our gifted population for CCSD versus our population, and it's looking good. If we're trying to kind of like develop the program, that's how we see it. Like keeping like our mindset is to have that development for our students, gifted students. So any question for the first part?
Yeah, one part that stuck out to me was your count on the Kirtland Middle School. How many are gifted? Yeah, 25. I don't know, but what are they doing different from Newcomb, Nash Chitty, Shiprock?
So the first, I would say the first reason was, so we have not identified students in the gifted area for the last 7 years, I would say, because I've been in the district for 7 years. So they have, of course, 3 feeder elementary schools, Kirtland L, Judy Nelson, and Kirtland L, compared to like the population that we have under in the Shiprock and Newcomb area. What is different from there is they have actually Kirtland Middle School, they just hire, or their gifted teacher is new this year. And that's the reason, I think, main reason that I can think of, that they have higher percentage of gifted ed because of the 3 schools that they have. Like when they started in elementary, get rolled over to the middle school. That's why they have the 25 students. Currently, they have an enrichment class, and I would just mention that there is a not seminary, is it seminary? So a seminary class at the high school where our students from middle school, it's like a, they go to the high school and see how it feels to be a high schooler, at the same time having that support from gifted teacher. So Miss Morris actually is supporting those 8th graders in her class first, second period, I think, in her class. So that's a little different. And I would say at Sebita Middle School, they're also doing an enrichment class, seminary type of class where Ms. Bigale is supporting both gifted and non-gifted identified kids. And Ms. Morris can add if you may allow, Board President.
Hi, School Board, Ms. President, and Mr. Superintendent. So one of the reasons KMS has a little bit higher population is they've had several transfers from Farmington Municipal Schools as well. So that increased the number as well. I started at Kirtland Central High School last year in February. I've been in gifted education for almost 10 years at this point, teaching for 15. And it was, when I came on last year, I was saddened by how long my students had been without gifted educators. And so Mr. Venturina is really, passionate about the gifted education program, and really we want to aim to support that top 15% of students that a lot of times kind of get shoved to the side because we're worried about, what our reading scores are and stuff like that. And these kids need that extra to stay interested in high school, to stay interested in school in general, and really become passionate about what they're going to do in the future. And so there was a little bit of a population boom there, but you can see all the elementary schools, we have 0 identified right now. And our teachers that are at the gifted level at the elementary school, they have the talent pool. We just needed to come up with the processes and update our technical assistance manual and our processes for CCSD.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm not an educator, but, just looking at those numbers, I'm wondering, as elementary, that level is here in Kirtland or, I guess in Farmington, what are they doing different than?
Well, one thing, so I was actually on the Farmington team when they started doing universal testing before 2018, 2019. Universal testing really helps in the identification process because it's not just teachers picking and choosing kids to test, it's testing the entire population. So with our use of the COGAT screener with 3rd graders, and then also the use of TAPAS, which is an alternative protocol, which helps us identify students that maybe are not picked out quite right away, because sometimes gifted students kind of hide underneath and they can't be found for a little bit. You can really, the universal screening is one of the things, especially with school districts like ours where the diversity is so high, that it really helps in that finding of those students. Because we know as educators, they're there, they're in those schools. We just haven't had the means to identify, and gifted education is slowly moving towards where it's supposed to be nationally. And actually New Mexico's ahead of the game because we consider it as part of special education.
And with that said, part of what you responded with, I hope some of this is looking into those students who are considered, high risk.
Oh, most definitely.
And because it seems like those, they may have some trouble or whatever, but it's only because they're bored. And
so I'm at the high school level. I'm at Kirtland Central High School. When I came on in February, there were 5 seniors that were in threat of not graduating. and they were gifted students, highly gifted students. And so just having the little bit of case management and someone there to help them, we were able to get all 5 on the graduating part. That's one of the kind of nasty secrets of gifted education. If you don't keep them interested, they're some of the first ones to drop out.
Well, that, and then I think in some cases, the sports is what holds them too.
Most definitely.
And I'm really hoping that, you know, that message gets to our coaches to where, you know, not playing fair, not being consistent with rules or whatever, you know, that it could snap a student to where they just forget it, you know, and leave. So yeah, I'm hoping some of those are being found in those areas.
And just to add to that, those students are what we call masking their talents and gifts. So they're trying to hide from their shells and not showing their, you know, basically their gifts. But we're trying, and one of the things that we really wanted to have is to open the opportunity for our kids to see there's so much stuff that they can do, and of course not only for gifted but for all our students, and that has been our goal, President Aspas. And if I may correct myself, I'm over exaggerating the number of years. I think we 7 years is a little exaggeration, 5 years, and then last school year we had identified 4 kids in the span of February or January to March, actually in April, and help me out. So the special ed department actually helped us out last year for those 4 or 5 students who were identified. So I'm grateful for them getting you know, help assistance from special ed department. I think Mr. Montoya raised his hand, President.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
So when I look at these numbers in regards to the amount of students, it would just seem that there's a more of a concerted effort in the Kirtland area to seek out these kids that are gifted. But at the same time, it's really a multi-leveled effort and attempt. It's not just the test taking to identify and classify, but certainly attentive educators in the classrooms who recognize, see, and understand, have the ability to make those communications, and then push and challenge the kids who are and have that ability. And quite often it's been spoken about how these kids get bored. You see a lot of that. And again, the masking, whether that's, and I understand the point of the labeling of it, but at the same time, if the educators, the schools, the principals are not doing their job and due diligence in truly trying to find these kids to help them achieve and succeed and excel, then we're doing a disservice overall. But those are my comments. But the question is who and how many individuals that we have that are actually certified to be able to do this in the district? Do we have certified individuals at each school? Do we have principals that are aware and understand? Do we have administrators that are certified in these areas to be able to conduct these? Because I know at one time the district had a department that specifically did that, and they had a team that would go out and test. And you know, why are we not still doing that? So I mean, I think overall the lack of numbers that we see here and the total number of students is obviously disheartening. It should be, quite frankly, because I believe there's a lot more. And then again, when you look at the testing, the types of testing, you may have kids that's sitting right on that spectrum, may miss it by 1 point or 2 points. But then again, there's different levels obviously, of intelligence and how those can be rated and how those are incorporated and how they're used to provide service to these kids. So there's a lot that has to be done in order to provide those services for our students. And again, especially as it's been stated, the at-risk, there's a lot of kids there that, again, they're just bored out of their gourd because they're not being challenged. The educator's not pushing them. They're not finding that place where they're comfortable or in areas where they are really interested. So therefore, they tune out and turn off and end up becoming truly at risk because they're not being challenged. Thank you.
Board President, may I? So, Board Member Montoya, you just brought so many good points with gifted education programming, and you're actually not alone. Most of school districts, and of course with the studies that we have, those are, some of the issues that we're facing. Number one that you mentioned about teacher capacity and how those teachers were supported, and one of the highlights in the House Memorial is to provide teachers and administrators actually supports and trainings. There's also been a change for gifted endorsement certification, so that's been changed over the years. And again, it's a concert, it's a community effort, and that's the reason why we're bringing our school like a school district advisory committee to look at really what each of individual or specific areas in our community that could benefit or will benefit from the gifted education program. We also have like partnership, as I said, with Purdue University Gifted Education Research and Resource Institute, which in the next coming months we'll have some training that will be provided by experts in the field, and of course using our norms, our standards here in New Mexico. That has been a goal for us. It's a milestone. It's a very kind of like very big dream for us, but I think we have to have a focus on the numbers that you just mentioned, like 4%, and gradually increase that. We will have one step towards the goal of serving fully our students, all our students. And Ms. Morris.
So to answer your question, Mr. Montoya, about the identification, so that is one of the new kind of groundbreaking parts of the New Mexico Technical Assistance Manual that was released in July 31st of this year. So they added both artistic ability and leadership, but now they have taken out the factor of having to just have an IQ at a certain score. So that is now thrown out. And so now it's more of a portfolio based with assessments and with examples of work. And there's a whole kind of pot of information that can be collected on the student, and it doesn't have to be a hard 97th percentile anymore. So what we were told when myself and Ms. Piera, one of the other gifted teachers, went for identification training this last September was it is now a soft 95th percentile. So if there is evidence, both qualitative and quantitative, that show an abundance of exceptionality, then the school gifted team can nominate the student for gifted education services.
If I may, I appreciate that and what you said, and the recognition of the difference between the qualitative and the quantitative, because we get so used to looking at the numbers and the hard numbers and justifying through the numbers and the data, when in fact, again, you sit and talk to a child or a young man, a young woman, and find out they're highly intelligent. I know of an individual who was in 3rd grade who they wanted to classify as special education because he couldn't read. It's not that he couldn't read, he taught himself how to speed read. And it wasn't until the educator actually delved into it and started listening and questioning and asking and found out this child really knew what they were talking about and was able to absorb and ask questions at a very high level, much above the grade level itself, that they realized that, wow, this kid's pretty intelligent. But again, it took an attentive human being in that classroom to recognize that, whereas the others before just were labeling him as special needs, special education, when they didn't even take the time to even look or hear or talk to this individual. And I know it personally because it was one of my boys. And it, again, the educational system turned them off because of that, because they were bored out of his gourd. So I know there's more students like that. I was fortunate to be part of CCSD's, I guess, small group that went to Albuquerque and talked to a bunch of very passionate professionals about gifted, gave them some stories. So yeah, I'm very supportive of that. And again, in the multifaceted manner in which we use that label and identify these kids is very, very important because there's a lot of them out there. Thank you.
Did you have more?
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I completely agree with Mr. Montoya's statements. With two gifted sons, I know that that giftedness comes in different forms, and whether it be in fine arts or math or literature, I think that CCSD is at the very beginning of creating a really good program. I hope that we continue this to identify students. I know that there's probably a lot more students out there that are gifted that are unidentified. I would like to see an middle school, what is it? Not IBM, IB program. I would like to see an IB program for high school students. I like to see the rigor. I would like to see a cohort of the students to go through high school to really challenge the students and to really modify the curriculum so that these students are challenged in their area and broaden the areas of interest for them, their career interests. I think I see the great potential of what's happening, and I wish that it would happen faster. But I'm glad that we are starting to identify more students. I want to see more students. I know that we have a plethora of students that are out there probably being overlooked, and I know that there's a lot of potential in the program. Thank you.
President Aspas, the second part of the presentation is actually having our students and Mrs. Piero, who attended the summer camp in Purdue. They have a brief PowerPoint that they would like the board members to see. So if I can ask them to join in the podium.
Mm-hmm. President Aspas and Superintendent Carlson and those board members. We appreciate this time to be able to educate you on some of the things that we did with our Jerry Camp this summer. And the girls will talk about some of the things that we were able to do and how they were able to meet people from around the world. And
they didn't want to come home. So they just said, we want to stay. And it was just fascinating to watch these young people, young teens, go. And we had 10 individuals that went. We had 2 from Judy Nelson schools. Kids were invited throughout the district, and we had 10 that came. So it was a great experience for them, and I'm going to let them talk about their experience at our Jerry Camp.
Hello, I'm Nevaeh Sandoval. I'm currently a sophomore at Kirtland Central High School, and I was one of the 10 students that participated in the Jerry Camp at Purdue. Well, for me personally, I don't know how to explain this, I'm sorry. I felt like I fit in. That's as best I can explain it. I felt like I fit in. It wasn't awkward meeting these kids from Greece or Korea, China. There was one from India. And we all had we all shared the same interests as each other, and you could just go up and talk to one another without being, being judged, or felt like you had to keep to yourself. You could actually be yourself out there. We did go to, one thing I found interested was we did go to Chicago, which was Illinois, and we did go to, Museum of Science and Industry, which was very fascinating. So
in Chicago?
Yes, there was 4 stories of it, and it felt like forever. Yeah, walking forever. It's good. Hi, my name is Michaela Natani Coolidge. I'm a senior at Kirtland, and I was one of the 10. Just like what Nevaeh said, you felt, I guess a word you can say was, it was nerds having fun together. And the Navajo cultural event, we got there, we went inside the house the lady invited us to. She walked around and she showed us what she had this big board that had of all the students that are currently or did go to Purdue and where their tribes are located on a big United States map, and they were pinned. And she did give notice to, there was 3 people from Purdue that went to Purdue from New Mexico. Navajo Prep was there, we were there, and kids, no, okay. I can't remember the names of the other tribes that were there, but I mostly saw the Navajos. After everyone left, us older kids, we blessed ourselves with cedar, and the Navajo Prep kids, they did a little dance, a little song. I don't know how to say it. Just different traditions. There's these little 2 kids they had at the, what was this thing called? No, not the gala. Was it the gala? Yeah, the gala. These 2 little kids, they sang their traditional songs. Navajo Prep made the Navajo bread, and they were supposed to do a little round dance, but we got too late and everyone was grumpy and tired, so we all, yeah, I was 12. So, and then, one of the girls that used to go to school with us, she currently goes to Navajo Prep now. She sang the happy birthday song, and then I read a project that I did on Ashland Mike, but overall it was really fun.
Board President. So I think they made their point that going to summer camp doesn't mean that they have to like do hard works, and I mean they did hard works during those time, but they enjoy meeting people, meeting other kids in their own, like they share their own like same interests, and they express themselves as their friends and peers and so on. So these kinds of opportunities that we would like our students to partner with, of course, I'm not promoting Purdue because I'm a Boilermaker, but yes, that's something that we would like. And you can see here, I think that's the house of the lady who oversees. Actually, there is a Native American Cultural Center director. She is actually a Diné woman, and she's very supportive of our kids when they went there. So all of our kids who went are Navajo, so we are so grateful. We're supposed to bring 20 kids, but unfortunately, it's summer time, and they have already planned their schedule over the summer break. July celebration, so there's a fireworks that they looked at. Actually, they walked 5 blocks. I think that's one of the the top concerns that they had to walk long. And I told the kids, like, it should be good for you guys because you're young to complain. So and then there's another one that I think Nevaeh was the one who experienced delivering food through a robot. So I think
Through
there's
a robot?
Yes. Can you go up? So they went to Neil Armstrong Building. Yeah, that's the robot that delivered Nevaeh's food.
The robot was fascinating. When we first got there, that's the first thing that popped up in my mind. Just seeing little robots going down the sidewalk, little flags beeping at you. Yeah. So there was an app on Miss Piero's phone that we used, and then it just delivered it to us, and we had to go through a whole process making sure it was to us, and my food came warm. It was good too.
It's still hot.
The one thing, the picture that you see here with one of our students, he was just fascinated with the button, just pushed it and pushed it and pushed it so he could go and get his dinner.
And he's the youngest.
Yes.
He's a 6th grader who went. I'm proud of him going for 2 weeks, away from home and parents. So you have this PowerPoint, President Aspas, and you're more than welcome to look at. And if you need more information about how they experience, I wish all of the 10 of them came tonight, but we have class tomorrow. So if you have any questions for us, we're here to answer.
Well, the way I visualize a nerd gathering is, a lot of competitions, calculations, things like that. Did you?
There was one night we gathered in an auditorium where it was, "Are you smarter than a Jerry student?" So we had all the kids, and we were put in teams with our counselors, our groups, and we had to choose people to go up for certain answers. There was science, there was art, there was all kinds of things. There was math, English, geography, and there was all kinds. And you would just see that people like it was getting intense in there. It was kind of scary. People were starting. Yeah, they were there's accusing each other of cheating because they got it faster than they did. So.
And then another, I went to, back in that time it was, you didn't have things like STEM, and I don't even remember what this thing was called, but all the students excelling in math and science, they got to go. But I remember we were looking at some reports from other students, and it was I thought a elementary, or somebody that didn't quite know English, wrote it. And I mean, things like explaining a whiteboard, and it was WITE, it was written in that way. I mean, and then the lady that was taking us around, she explained, she says, their minds are going so fast that they just write, without no, thinking about their spelling. They're just writing real quick, and that was something to see, and and that's why I was, saying that, where we think, excuse me, a student lacks, they may be actually gifted. Any questions, board members, comments?
I have none.
Vice President Haskell, you have your hand up?
Oh, sorry. No, I just think it's a really great opportunity for the students to participate in. I just think it gives them more well-rounded experiences. So thank you for that.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
sounds like a well-developed and well-rounded program opportunity for kids to experience other places, other interests. I heard him talk about meeting other people. Sounds to me like a very well planned and programmed. I'm really happy for them that they got to participate, and kudos to everybody that helped in facilitating it and seeing it through.
You didn't meet any Sheldons? Well, thank you. Sounds like it was a good trip, and I really wish that this, it really takes off and improves. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Carlson.
Okay, we're on to our next item. Item E, ESSER update by Steve Carlson. May we have a drum roll?
Very nice. I know you're expecting me to do the heavy lifting then, but I'm going to have the heavy lifting actually done by Bellamy, who's online, and she and I can answer any questions. I know this was a requested report last Thursday, and we'd be happy to answer any questions, and especially if we missed anything. Bellamy has done a great job of taking care of the ESSER's money and to make sure that it's being taken care of and being looked out for. So I want to make sure that she gets all the credit for that. So Bellamy, are you ready there to start off with the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Take her away.
Awesome. Good evening, and thank you, Board President Aspis, members of the board, community members, and Superintendent Carlson for this opportunity. Just want to clarify, there's a larger joint effort coming in on the ESSERS project that's at Central Consolidated Schools. These funds are quite large, and so yes, as I've supported the leadership, I want to also give the credit to many folks that support this. There are two departments specifically on a program side, our CNI team, but on our finance side under Miss Carol Gonzalez's team, the grants team. So we all work collaboratively with the directors, with coordinators. This is an ongoing conversation in many, many meetings. So again, we appreciate the opportunity to share. Last month, I also gave a report on ESSER's funds. There were questions that were coming in on how the funds were allocated, so I was able to share that last month. And then moving into this month, more updates as we move forward, and it is ongoing. So update on the funds, the expended funds, encumbered, and the unencumbered. So to date, we have from the original budget, 39% of the funds have been spent. We have expended $759,487 according to our iVisions records. We've encumbered $3,359,626.12, and we have unexpended $14,698,370.76. Of the 14 million, quite a large amount of that is in our construction. In construction, it takes a little bit to get it going, and then once it gets going, it moves quick. So we do have to follow our processes within the state, procurement processes, with that large of funds that come through, including sending our requests up to PED for pre-approval, anything over 5,000. So that takes a little bit of time to get that approval back down from public education. They're pretty tight up there with staff. They've had a turnover in staff. So, and they've got all the school districts that are trying to seek that approval. So along with that, the RFP process, the bidding process. So that takes a little bit of time. So since last month, we've encumbered another 1 million on top of that. So we're growing at that pace of about 1 million to 1.5 million a month of encumbrances, which keeps us on track. That's a nice projection for where we're headed. So that's just an overview picture of the funds. Then moving to the next slide, the plan for staff, there were questions from the work session as far as how does it look within staff. I did share that back in September's report, but again, just to reiterate, total staff paid under ESSERS, we have 13 positions currently that are being paid under ESSERS. 9 of those are the ICELs. We have communicated that out in the beginning of the school year that those positions will not be continued into school year 24 and 25. Those positions were a direct response to the large gaps within instruction and the large social emotional supports that we needed following COVID. So within that, the response that we communicated to PED was that we needed to get children's emotional health on track and returning back to school as they've been out of school for that length of time during COVID, back on track. So the social emotional side was critical. Now that component has been transferred into the schools and teams have been set up and developed and are sustaining the efforts. So within that, the district support then starts to release that gradual support to the school districts or to the schools themselves. So we want those schools to be able to then continue that effort at their level. The DART program, we have an ed tech coach that's being funded. That position will be moved to another funding source because we know technology is not going away and the supports for educational technology in our classrooms. Our warehouse component, we had 2 workers there. So we, after reevaluation of need, possible move to other funding sources based on what will be coming through in the spring with our funding. CNI, we have a position there that had been a previous grant position, but with the efforts coming out of COVID, there was a bigger request and need for that support. So we had moved that position then also onto another available grant, looking at Title I funds. The blue highlighted are positions that were originally funded in the first and second year of the ESSERS ARP that we've already moved off. And so we had 16 positions with the LSAs, and those have already been moved off as of school year 23-24. So within that, just giving that bigger picture of the staff that are funded under ARP and the movement forward. So we feel that we have that under control and there would not be a huge hit within the staff. I know that was a concern earlier, having employing staff under grants and then continuing those supports for staff. So that's the staff update and how that looks.
May I interrupt, Bellamy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back through that list and all the ones with acronyms? Can you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Say
Yes,
them
ma'am.
for our board.
Sure, yes, ma'am. So, of course, ESSER's ARP. So, with the ESSER's funds, the federal government named them an additional name on top of just ESSER's. So, in ESSER's 1, they called that the CARES funds. ESSER's 2, they called that CARISA. And then the ARP is the American Recovery. So, it's really trying to jumpstart America back after COVID. So, that's what the ARP stands for. ICELs are our intervention, social, emotional learning supports that are in the schools. So schools that did not have an assistant principal were provided the ICEL. And their focus was primarily on the interventions that were needed to close the academic gaps and also the social, emotional learning supports of our students that had been out of school for that 18 months. And our kiddos that were coming back with some of the emotional traumas from COVID. And of course, DART, we know our DART team. The CNI is our curriculum and instruction department. So that is headed by Mr. Dustwood, our assistant superintendent. The LSA, I may need help with that, but that's our security officers.
That's the lead safety advisor, and there's actually only 12 of those.
So hopefully that helps answer some of those acronyms.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Madam President.
Go ahead.
So with those ISILs, and you were saying that some of the schools that didn't have assistant principals, is there any data to show the impact that the ISILs had in those buildings? Was any data collected?
We have taken surveys of beginning year, end of year, so we started that last year, looking at student behavioral needs that were identified by students, teachers, etc., as well as a post. So we have those surveys. We also have surveys that we sent out into the community under Title I and out of our federal programs that address that as well, to look at the support that was provided in all capacities, not only the ICEL, but also through social work, through programs that were supported through ICO, all of that social emotional component. It was a lot larger than even just the ICEL. I think
my question is specific to the ISILs and their impact in the classrooms.
Sure. So what we tied their impact to is our academic achievement. What we know from our studies and research and what we have been able to acquire through outside sources as well with research is behavior is first. So we know when our kiddos are able to attend a task, pay attention, able to manage their self-awareness, which is part of that social emotional learning component with Castle's model, then they are better apt to then receive academic instruction. And so when we see that our students are growing in their academics, we know that that is a direct impact to social emotional learning. We have our data that shows the work that the ICELs are doing. They keep time and effort forms, and they keep the specific forms that they're working with, either specific classes or even PD provided to a school. And so that's how we tie that correlation in with the work of the ICELs.
So again, do we have anything tangible that we can look at to hold in our hands to say they increased by X or decreased by Y?
Well, we definitely can look at our academic achievement from our BOY, our MOY, and our EOYs over the last 3 years. And at the same time, we can see folks that classes did not increase. so that needed further support.
Okay, the other question is in regard to that DART and the ed tech coach. Can you explain that one a little bit more, please?
Sure. Sure. So we learned from COVID that we moved into an even greater technology world. We also supported new technological online programs such as our Google Classroom, our Schoology program, our Performance Matters programs, our curriculum offered more digital online opportunities. And with those technology resources, needed more supports for someone to coach classrooms with how to access them, how to maneuver through those programs. It's a whole variant. And so again, we could use 6 ed tech coaches, you know, 2 in each region that are moving forward. But we did look at bringing one on that we could enlist into that support with the digital resources.
So when you say move to another funding source, is that operational?
That's still up for the decision of the cabinet to look into. I know they've been discussing FTEs and looking at other funding sources that are coming through. So it almost is on a daily basis, we receive other funds coming in. So it could be looking specifically at a grant.
Okay, but it says move to another funding source. Which is that funding source?
No, that has not been moved yet. So they will move that to another funding source. So that's still been under discussion. That's been happening for the last 6 weeks to 8 weeks as FTEs have been coming through.
Okay, is that the only one out of technology that has been moved?
There's another one that had been moved as well, is my understanding. Maybe Mr. Venturina would be able to explain that further. That was moved prior to the start of the year. So this is the current, that's still current within this area.
Could I get that one answered, please?
Sure. Mr. Carlson, may I ask Mr. Venturina to share that?
Absolutely. You step in to the podium.
Good evening, Board Member Montoya. Yes, there's one member of our department that was originally from the ESSER's funding, and that's our district desk coordinator position. And I will just explain a little bit of historical things that happened on that matter. Actually, the district desk coordinator, when we had our FTE meeting prior to that year, it was kind of like a mixed up of what was planned and what was approved. That was actually a position that was initially supposedly operational, but it was approved by the former leadership that it should go to the ESSER's funding. But with last year, because of the need of district desk coordinator position, we had approved through the conversation through FTE that we are going to move that to operational budget or operational funding. But the district desk coordinator position has been in the district for so long as I remember it. It has just been not filled, so it's an existing FTE for the district, so we just kind of like, we can say, revitalize or relive the FTE.
So my question would be, when it affects the budget like that, especially when we're talking about operational funding and not grant funding, especially when it was moved out of and into the ESSERS or the ARP, that transition and that, again, funding source that it was applied to, when we start, and I've said this before numerous times about unfunded liabilities and the existence now that we're being told that there was an FTE for it, but still it creates a problem for me, in my mind, that we're making these decisions without the knowledge of the board who approves the budget before the beginning of the school year. Now we're being told that these positions are being moved and filled in the FTE meetings. So, I mean, does that FTE committee supplant the Board of Education?
I can answer that. No, it does not. They only deal with existing FTEs. They're not about creating FTEs for positions. Those are up to the board.
Okay, because I've said that before too, where these positions, this wish list in total, especially again, when people across the state are talking about the Esser's Cliff and that unfunded liability that it has posed. And I've heard conversations about how there's people in the state who are looking at the ISILs being funded by the state. We're not there yet. And again, I've said this numerous times as well. We need to be very conservative on these positions that we have or are being created or are being funded through operations when our funding sources are being limited with closures, which limited our tax revenue. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, our business manager understands this quite readily in respects to earning hours or not having the funding to expend or pay for these positions. I know in business you have to earn hours and earn that money in order to have these positions, but we get so used to in education that the money's there and going to be there. In this case for the district, it's not. We need to be more cognizant about that and where that money is being drawn from to fund these positions. So one of the other questions, and again, I think it was answered, was Ms. Bellamy alluded to the word "we" several times. Who is we?
So when we're talking about positions or when we're talking about the decisions, if you wouldn't mind clarifying.
Decisions.
The decisions. So our decisions coming through with this, we bring through our cabinet, our directors, coordinators, depending upon what component is being requested. If it's a community component, of course, surveys out to the community. So here, relying back into the staff, that would move up into our cabinet and into the leadership.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe, I have a comment. I believe there's 5 board members. I'm one again, Ms. Montoya's another, and we have 3 more. And when it comes to positions or the idea of the district, I wish there was more. I guess this whole Mr. Montoya's statement about positions, I wish that was more with ICO. And I wish that was taken more by ICO, because I didn't like to see the growth of it and not know. And then there was other places that I felt like it was too top heavy. And when we talk about money, we talk about the loss of the power plants and things like that. And so I think if we were all to get in one room, you would have 5 different views, 5 different comments. So, but the one that matters the most is the one that operates the district, which is Superintendent Carlson. And from what I hear is that, there was positions taken and prior to this Carlson's leadership, and then now these changes have been made. So I'm sure that was under the direction of Carlson. Any other questions, board members, comments?
I would like to make a comment or a question or something. I'd like a little more clarification.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
On these ESSER funds, you talk about encumbering. We're on a when do these ESSER funds eventually run out?
So our ESSERS funds will run out this fiscal year, ending in September 30th of 2024, end of the school year, June 30th, but they allow some leeway into September 30th to expend those funds.
Okay, you talk about being on target to encumber those ESSER funds. I'm assuming that by this time in September, you're talking about they will be encumbered.
We're hoping they're encumbered by January and February, more so by December if possible. We really plan for a spend down approach that we've shared out over numerous years from the finance office, with 50% of funds being spent, 75% of funds. And so the reminders in all capacities, operational and grant funds, are sent out and managed and maintained with the program managers of each of those funds, with the communication of where we need to be. And so encumbering means that we have a plan, we put through a purchase order, and we have the vendors secured, and we're moving forward. That all we're waiting for is the job to be completed so that we can finalize the purchase order and, pay it out and close out that purchase order. So when we encumber those funds, that's that plan that we are, we're moving forward with it. We can't encumber funds without quotes, 5K forms, whatever that is within the purchase request under procurement processes. And so we want to make sure and follow those as well. So sometimes that takes just a little bit of time with the research side of it, the upfront side of it, getting the appropriate documentation prepared for that purchase requisition. Then once that purchase requisition is made, then the funds are encumbered with the purchase order.
And once those funds are encumbered, then they remain in place until the project is finished?
Correct.
Do I understand that correct?
That is correct. And of course, sometimes projects run over, sometimes projects are under. So it's a projection based on the quote of what that activity or project. We order supplies, just in a small example. You may order supplies and they're $20,000 worth of supplies, but maybe 5 of those items are back ordered or 5 of those are out of stock when you place the order. That then would secure that encumbered funds to be less, because if you planned for $20,000 in supplies and only 18,000 showed up, we pay the bill, but we now have $2,000 that still goes back into the pot that we need to spend down. So we want to get projects done as fast as possible so that we know what that final invoice is going to be, and we know what funds are left available or not available.
Well, I understand all of that. The thing that I'm concerned about is any funds that, or any projects or purchase orders that are not complete by the end of that, if they are encumbered for a PDF or whatever, they remain or they go away.
So if a project is not completed by the deadline of that September 30th mark, or whenever that deadline that PED sends out is, then that is a huge discussion. So that either moves into an operational world, or what we have requested is phases of projects so that we can complete a phase and get that paid for. The next phase, so that we don't run into that situation to where a deadline is coming and now how do we pay for it? So with federal funds, we have to have projects completed by that deadline so that we can
Okay.
invoice and have that paid.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Right, and so
Thank you, Madam
it is,
President.
thank you for the opportunity to explain that. It does get a little tricky. So then, if I may proceed, Mr. Carlson?
Go ahead.
So then moving into the next component, that is the plan for our spending down funds, is that continual movement and review. It's on a weekly basis in our department, looking at the categories that we've selected for the purchase orders, projects, the purchase requests that are written into the application activities. We do have salaries that are within that, as we saw with staff, so that will continue to bring down the funds. Learning loss that we projected, so continuing to provide the services that are needed within the interventions and the academics to close the gaps. The construction projects, the upgrades that we have set out to be completed. We are looking at, again, the possibility of the hiring bonuses. We closed that window for the initial first quarter as staff were being hired in as the beginning of the school year. That's something that we may revisit. Again, when I say we, as a district, it's discussion with a lot of people to look at what does it look like? Are folks coming on board still? We still had some vacancies. Do we need to extend that opportunity for the hiring bonuses? Health, equity, wellness, as we know, that is in place. And so that is dependent upon our staff to utilize that. And so we want that opportunity for all of our staff members, but if they're not utilizing that, then again, that's a component that we have to look at. And then the smaller components of supplies to materials, the professional development in district, out of district, those are still on target. We have contracts out with programs that are providing those services. So as the services are being met in the phases, they're invoicing us and we're clearing out those encumbrances, those expenditures, and then of course additional compensation and contracts that are coming through. So those are the big picture projects that are in the ARP funding activities. And so the next slide, please. So currently, SAO has reached out to other districts as well to also look at opportunities to spend down funds with similar demographic and geographical needs. We're constantly talking to other districts and other programs in case there's something out there that maybe we haven't looked into, other needs. Weekly communication among the directors, coordinators, and schools, principals, and leadership with updates on their projects and funds spent or funds that are being encumbered. And then weekly communication with public education on updates and forms approvals, including 5K equipment. So even just yesterday, we sent 2 new 5K approvals down on projects at Shiprock High School and Kirtland High School. So we've discussed the warehouse. So there are the bigger projects that are now approved, and they will get started on within the construction team. And then the next slide, please, Ms. Ray. So I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members, comments?
My questions have been answered, Madam President. I have no more.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
You know, this might be late, but is Cheryl George on? Okay. I have a question, but I'm trying to formulate it and trying to remember. As you were going through the acronyms, you were saying that which is the second ESSERS is actually the Carissa?
Mm-hmm.
Was that what? Okay, and I believe it was back in the work session that I asked the question about where the district stands in financially, and I posed the question to Ms. Gonzalez, our bookkeeper, and mainly because Esser's was ending on September 30th, and then that's when I heard that there's the second, and we still have that. So for the board members, I did ask that question work session. And so thank you, Bellamy.
Thank you. And just to share, I heard you, President Aspis, share within the leadership. I just wanted to clarify, when this ESSERS grant for ARP, ESSERS 3 was written, that was under the focus of Mr. Benavides. And so within those components, we've had to realign and reshift as Mr. Carlson has come on, because the vision was different. The vision was then to scale down. There was even a bigger vision of staff when Mr. Benavides was here. It was almost double that size. And so we've made those adaptations and corrections in staff through the leadership of Mr. Carlson, who is actively listening to what the board is asking within the concerns of the staff. So there were other positions as well that were slated that we did not push through for hiring. We never put those out, because we felt that that original vision of the previous superintendent was not going to be beneficial to us as we moved forward. So we have made those corrections as well, listening to and hearing and responding to the concerns that are coming from our school board as well as our community.
Right. And as I said before, if I was the queen, it'd be a different district, and for other board members, they have their visions of their own. So yes, but ultimately what counts more is our superintendent. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Bellamy.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to item G, update, Item F, presentation on lead safety advisors' duties and job description by Devin Verholz and David Griego.
Good evening, Board President, fellow members of the board, and Superintendent Steve Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood. If you wouldn't mind, can I approach real quick? Thank you. Here's I'm sorry. We did. No, I've got one.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. When David presents, this is the lead safety advisor. So I put a tab right here for your specific question on the job duties, but right here also is going to be the specific ones as well, ma'am, and how that all works.
Okay.
And then we're going to put that up on the board.
Okay.
So thank you for allowing us to come here and speak and just kind of talk to you about the lead safety advisor positions and the job description in reference to that. Okay. So you guys have your pamphlet up. We're going to have the actual lead safety manual pop up on the screen here in just a minute. But if you go to page 3, it talks about the main objectives and the position summary for the lead safety advisors. And so it's just basically to ensure the safe practices are being followed in order to maintain a safe school environment and prevent dangerous activities. Throughout, we wanted to make sure that throughout the district early on, because we're in our second year of these positions, is to standardize everything that's going across this large district, right? But also that it aligns with our policies and procedures, and that we're following the NMPED Safe School plans. So what we put in those plans is what we're gonna do for our evacuation drills or any type of drills like that, or risk assessments or site assessments, that if we say we're putting that in there, we better be doing that, right? And then that also needs to align with our policies and procedures. So our safety team, working as a group with our leadership team, we developed the Lead Safety Advisor Manual as a go-to. This was provided at the beginning of the year. We provided it to all of the principals, and we trained on it with our lead safety advisors as well. So in there, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind, if you go to page 6, it'll give you the job description that you requested, along with all the duties that encumbers the position and the many hats that they wear while being assigned at their specific school site. Is there anything in particular that Mr. Grego and I can elaborate on?
Well, so this is the actual job description that is for the employment, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Safety coordinator, is that separate from yourself, or is it within the school?
No, there's lead safety advisor is the job description.
The summary, it says assist the site principal and safety coordinator. So I'm wondering.
So the position above, where it says position, is the lead safety advisor for this job description in the manual. At the very top there on the page that you're looking at, it says position. It's the lead safety advisor job description.
Right, I'm at the summary.
The summary.
So, Mr. Grego, she's asking specifically kind of who they report to, which is the safety coordinators.
That's correct. Their first line supervisor is the principal, because they're on site. We're basically a secondary supervisor for the lead safety advisors as well.
Okay. So, anywhere in these bullet points, does it talk about directing traffic?
So direct authorized visitors to their proper destination, report and monitor unauthorized visitors. That's listed in there.
So they're also, ma'am, they're also there to patrol the district property for any type of suspicious activity, and that could include anybody that may be just hanging out in their vehicle that has not checked in or was able to get on campus. And, you know, hey, how are you? We are one of the lead safety advisors. Can we help you today? It could also help direct with contractors that are showing up on the backside of properties that need to be in, and we can help direct them to go sign in, go through the visitor management system, which is Raptor, and make sure that they get their proper identification so we know exactly who's on campus. Yes, ma'am.
So in Kirtland and Shiprock, they both wear this all the time?
The blue uniforms, ma'am, and unfortunately, I didn't bring my district vehicle here, but we also have bright yellow vests, safety vests that have the reflective white bands that go across them as well, and they go across the back. And they got a zipper front as well, with pockets for their radio and different things that they carry with them. Yes, ma'am.
Is that like a construction safety vest?
Similar, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where's this gray vest?
So some of the vests the gray vest that we have, if we could go to slide number 2.
Basically, it's an outer shell.
For free?
It's a winter vest for them, and it has the badging just like you see there on the shirts that say CCSD Safety Advisor. It's the one down there below on the bottom right-hand corner of the slide there.
Okay, I really wanted to see physically, and that was my only request, was just to get that and see that vest.
The gray vest, ma'am, or
Yes.
the yellow one?
The gray.
Yes, ma'am, no problem.
And I wanted to see it, I wanted to see how visible the lettering is. And, and on top of that, this whole bullet, and is any of this signage around the school? As you come onto the property, is there anything that states that?
So at the security vestibule at Kirtland and Shiprock High School, there is signage there at the security vestibule that says it's a security checkpoint. During the morning hours, the lead safety advisors are out monitoring the traffic, ensuring that the traffic is safe and traveling at a safe speed, monitoring the traffic, making sure that people are entering the building are supposed to be there, and if they're not, they are challenged to see who they are and what they're doing there. If they need help finding a place or an office or direction on where to get screened at through the Raptor systems, but there is a security vestibule that basically states it's a security checkpoint.
So do you train? Do you train?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And so if you were to train an officer and telling them to stop the vehicle, what would you do? How would you show them?
You know, basically from my law enforcement experience, it's putting a hand up and placing it out in front of you, giving the standard signal of stopping a vehicle. We do have stop signs as well that they can place out there to assist them, because sometimes that can be miscommunicated, right? Some people will take that as a friendly wave through the parking lot, or they may stop, so it could be miscommunicated. So we do offer them stop signs as well to use.
And cones.
So if you know that's miscommunication, why are they still using hand signals?
So as of last week, they've been directed to use stop signs.
And then as you called that security station vestibule?
Yeah, it's like a little shack out front as the traffic comes in, and it's marked with the school logo. And on the side of it, as traffic's coming in, it says in big lettering, security checkpoint.
And I've come through there before, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody in there.
So-
And what about Shiprock? Do they use their shack?
You know, it's up to the lead safety advisors. Unfortunately, the manpower issues, we can't have them out there all day to monitor traffic. So they're out there in the mornings when the kids are getting there, at lunch, and also when the kids are departing. So if they want to use that shack, it's available to them because it's heated and cooled. But a lot of them prefer just to stand outside of the shack there as the traffic is coming in.
The goal, ma'am, is to make sure that if they were to carry one of those smartwatches on how many steps they get in a day, you'd be amazed on how many steps for them, because they're constantly wanting to be highly visible, making lots of contact, saying hi to students, being out in the parking lots, being visible in those areas during the times where it is the high traffic areas.
That is really my hope, that, those things are happening, and that's the intent. I guess to cut to the chase, had a complaint. And so and to be fair, I asked the individual, is there anything on your part that you did? And from what I gather and from what there wasn't, as I said, I've gone through into that parking area. And nothing has, I mean, nobody stopped me. I didn't see nobody at the security shack. And so, but I'm just wondering, you know, this is a really, it's really hard to talk or tackle this, because in order to ensure safety and to ensure that our students are well taken care of, we rely on you guys, you know, and then I just can't come from this other side and just, you know, berate, because that's not going to be fair either. And so, but looking at the whole situation, I wondered, like I said, I want to see that vest. I want to see how visible it was and the lettering on it. And because the person is part of the chapter house officer. So, you know, these are my constituents. And so I truly believe the way he was handled, that was not professional. And then to go back, I'm glad that you made those changes, you know, where one is to put out, because I work in the construction area, and that's how we stop. You know, I don't recall ever standing there like this and saying stop, but that's what occurred. And so, you know, we need to, I'm not sure why that was the way he handled. I don't know. And then furthermore, in looking at the school, maybe it's known when we register the students that, you know, you have this whole booklet, student handbook, on what they're going to abide by and what, but I don't think anyone takes away their rights, student or their parents or their guardians. But I think, I don't know if we have some type of signage around the schools that say, you know, what, like you were saying, people that linger in the parking lot, you know, could be looked at as suspicious.
So you're maybe talking like a no loitering sign, something like that, up somewhere that's visible around the building. Is that what
Some
you're
type of
thinking?
signage that, you know, that, you know, one wouldn't think as we have talked about before, you have older parents, grandparents that may go and pick up their kids, and they may be there early, and they may be parked in the parking lot, and then you get approached like that, you know.
Board President Aspis, I understand your concern and why you brought this up. Our lead safety advisors have been there long enough to where they've developed rapport with the students and have been able to identify, you know, the grandparents that are coming in, and they've been able to like develop that and be able to know that that's who's supposed to be there. If it's somebody that they've never seen before and they're just sitting in a car, I welcome them to challenge people to figure out why they're sitting in the car. We do need to know why they're sitting in the car because we don't know who they are. So we do give them directive. If there is a suspicious vehicle or a subject they haven't recognized before in the past, since they've been working there, we do want them to challenge those individuals to figure out who they are and why they're in the parking lot.
And then you know, I believe he tried to go to the proper channels. And that's why I was asking who is the first person. And so that was another question. And but I believe each step was failed. And until he spoke to you. And so there was no feedback, nothing. And that I don't know what else to say. But you know,
Ma'am, if I may?
if I think nationally, you know, I'm always on the top side, but right now it's like I'm careful, because what if by some crazy reason that one of my family members gets hurt by a cop? You know, it's one of those things that you just never know, you know, and then it's unfair to you, you know, the ones that do treat people with respect and are professional, you know, it's unfair. And then an individual chooses to do, you know, not follow, it's unfair to the rest of you. And then, so with this, you know, I think we take a good look at our, how much communication is given, you know, to those that do go to the schools, that have children there, that have business there. Did you want to say?
No, we completely agree. The greatest assets that the LSAs, that we want to make sure that they impart upon anybody that they have contact with, is that they utilize their words, and that they're very respectful, and that they're just openly honest and convey that message in a way that would gain understanding into standardizing. Hey, we just need to have you come and check in, you know, or hey, I'm glad that you parked there. Well, let me escort you in there, and be totally customer service oriented when it comes down to any of our community members that are coming on campus for whatever reason that is, staff, students, and what have you. So thank you for mentioning the communication aspect of that, and that is one of those things we will bring up with our LSAs at our meeting next week. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
I have no comments.
How come it's no longer resource officer?
So the original title for that's law enforcement. It's a school resource officer, which we have one in the Kirtland area by the San Juan County Sheriff's office. So we wanted to stick away from the officer title, just based off of the positions that they're lead safety advisors. For one, I think that if you hold the title officer, we wanted these guys to be able to develop rapport with students, and we didn't want to have that title where they were afraid to go speak with them because of the title.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know there was a change until I put this subject on. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to item G. Update on construction of school building in Newcomb by Candace Thompson.
Good Good evening, Board President, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. Don't have a lot to update on the progress of Newcomb Elementary School. We are currently 100% designed, and next week we will be meeting with PSFA and our architect to go over the owner design and review, also known as the ODR, with PSFA. And after that meeting, we will have more news to report to the board. We do have a MAC, which is a maximum allowance of construction cost on the project, that we could share with the board, possibly in an executive session. But currently, that's where we stand with the elementary school. And with that, I stand for any questions that the members of the board may have.
Any questions, board members?
I have no questions.
Would you be able to sign, sorry, I have a question. Hello, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead. I thought Candace heard you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but I just wanted to ask if when you are going to meet with PFSA, if you could extend the invitation to the board. Thank you.
Board President, Vice President Haskey, yes, that meeting is tentatively scheduled right now for Tuesday, the 24th. And I believe it is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Mr. Carlson, if you could please have Ms. Ray share that meeting with the board.
Great, thank you.
Or Carlson's not here to hear that.
Okay, I will, I'll make sure that Sharon, President Aspis, shares that information.
So, Ms. Thompson, you mentioned that there was already a set point of spending on this.
Board President Aspis, yes, we have an estimate as to what the school could go per square footage. We do have that information. And like I said, I'm happy to share that with the board in executive session, because we are not out on the street with our RFP yet. We still have some work to do, as I said, going through the owner design and review process. So I'm happy to share that information with the board, so you guys can see what we're looking at.
Okay, I'm trying to weave my way through what's legal or what's to say in this matter.
Correct. Board President, just because we have not finalized our owner design and review in a public meeting, we wouldn't want to give those numbers out because it's not out on the street as a bid, as an RFP. As soon as we are on the street, that number could change from what we have currently. So it's best that we not visit those numbers in a public setting.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any more questions, board members? Okay, thank you, Candace.
Thank you, Board President and members of the board.
We'll go on to item H, selection of dates for board retreat to discuss policy updates and legislative priority by Jermaine Chappelle.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and guests. I'm here to open up the conversation on dates for a retreat to discuss updating of board policies and also legislative priorities. My recommendation is that that occur either in November or December, so we have enough time leading into session. And with that, I stand for questions.
In October?
November or December.
Oh. I was going to suggest Halloween.
Can I say, can we have another day for that? It's scary enough. It's scary.
So you want us to throw out suggestions now?
Yes, ma'am.
Any dates, board members?
I think we'd want to factor in a day and a half. Board President, my apologies.
A day
I would say
and a
first
half.
weekend, maybe the first weekend in November, maybe half of Friday and Saturday. Thank you.
I have a question, not a suggestion. The first part of November, I wouldn't be able to make. I'd have to look at a calendar to see exactly, but I'm scheduled to be in Scottsdale that first weekend. Anyway, what about the curriculum that would take a day and a half?
Board Secretary, we have a number of policies to go through, and those sometimes take quite a bit of time. And we will have a number of legislative initiatives to talk through as well. So we may not need the half day, but I think we definitely will need a day. And so the half day is just for some carryover in case you all need it.
What about the 8th or the 9th of November, which is Wednesday the 8th or Thursday the 9th?
I will not be available on the 8th or 9th. Thank you.
So
The next one would be the 17th or 18th.
that's open for me. The first 2 weeks were pretty congested, so those are pretty open.
Seventeenth, 18th. Friday or Saturday.
I think that would work for me also. Thank you.
17th and 18th would work better for me.
Okay, I guess we'll go ahead with 17, 18.
Sharon, is that on the consent agenda? Okay.
We probably need a location too.
It probably have to be here, I mean, for good internet.
I would suggest the Randy Manning boardroom.
I can go to the next item if you'd like, since I'm here. The selected contractor is Elena Gallegos. She has a long background, and this is on the SPED evaluation update. She is a senior partner with Walsh Gallegos, who's one of our on-call legal firms. She and I have been meeting just to kind of scope some things out generally. Since we're all going to be in, or many of us will be in Albuquerque, she and I are going to sit down and finalize and fine-tune it a little bit more. But the initial meeting we had with Amanda's team and others kind of helped set the beginning scope of that. And so what I will be able to do is by email within the next week and a half or so, send out the finalized plan to the board members and Superintendent Carlson.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
What is this? What can you elaborate on what you're talking about?
This is the update, Vice President, on the SPED evaluation. Evaluation of SPED services, essentially.
I thought this was going to be contracted out by an outside vendor.
It is. The outside vendor is Elena Gallegos of the Walsh firm.
Don't we contract with that law firm?
Yes, but they're an outside firm with really good experience in this area. There aren't many firms with that level of experience in special education.
Can I see more of the information in regards to what they do and their experience? Can that be shared with the board?
Absolutely, Vice President.
Yeah, I would rather see all of that. I was hoping that it would be someone that was not affiliated with the school district to give an unbiased review audit of our SPED services, not somebody that's attached to the school district. Thank you.
And Vice President Haskey, this firm hasn't done a whole lot of work for the district. They've been one of our on-call firms, but they don't do a lot of the day-to-day work. So I do believe, and you and I can definitely share more about this when we speak, but I do believe they are unbiased in that respect. most of the legal services, I think, that are utilized by student services is mostly from Cuddy. Sorry, I was blanking on the name. Is from Cuddy, and that's a separate firm.
Okay, if we could see all the RFP, the information that we're allowed to see, I would like to review that information. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can you repeat that? The superintendent really distracted me.
The answer I gave to Vice President Haskey was that the Walsh Gallegos firm is not the firm that student services utilizes. The firm that student service usually utilizes is the Cuddy firm. The Walsh firm, in particular, Alina Gallegos, has nationally recognized expertise in the field of SPED issues and that type of setting. And so what I was saying is it's not a firm we utilize very often in the district. And so even though they already have a contract with us, they aren't really working day to day. If that makes sense. We don't utilize them very often.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we do this properly, especially in light of the public comment that was shared today. I think there's more than just that grandparent that has those concerns. I have concerns, and I know that there's been concerns that have been vocalized. So I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and picking the right people to do a thorough job the first time, not to have to go back through, because I want to make sure that our students are receiving the proper services. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay.
Bless you.
Oh, excuse me. And item J.
Board President, board members, the next item I'm going to address is the status on the bus stop light near Nananazad. My understanding is that there is some back order issues that the chapter is experiencing in getting the pole, and some question about potentially moving the pole again, and maybe Ms. Thompson has additional information I don't have, but my understanding is there is some delay there, and I'm not sure if it's something we can help the chapter with or not, and I'm hoping Candace, Ms. Thompson might have some more information on that. Is she still on? Okay.
Board President, would you like me to add what I do know?
Yes.
So talking with the chapter president, the fixture that they have selected to use in their projects has a delay. It's made overseas, and they have currently moved their whole facility from California to Texas. So there is a delay. They're trying to see see if they can procure it someplace else. And the last report I had from Mr. Norm Begay is that he had not heard any information as to another procurement site for that fixture that they are using, like I said, in their chapter house projects. So until then, we are just waiting for that fixture to come in and be procured. Also, as you know, all the chapter houses in September, that was the end of their fiscal year. So there was budgetary items with closing their fiscal year and beginning their new fiscal year. So we're just waiting for Mr. Begay to contact us. I know he has also been in contact with the Lowe's and keeping them abreast of the situation also.
And with that, we stand for questions.
So, when, maybe you said when, or when can we see it, or?
Board President, I really don't have an answer for that. And I don't believe that the chapter house president, Mr. Begay, has an answer just yet on that.
This is ridiculous. You know, right now it is dark and in the mornings, and then we do have an outage going on the coal facility side. As far as the plant side, I'm pretty sure they're down, and so there's a lot of traffic, and I'm gonna be very angry if somebody gets hurt. And usually that's when everybody starts running around and trying to do something. Should have been done a long time ago. There are not even any wires going over there. All it is just setting up solar. It's ridiculous.
Board President, and I think that's part of the issue is it is a solar light, and it sounds like from the information that Mr. Begay has shared with me that they're standardized on this fixture as they have placed it around their chapter house and everything. So I just sent him a quick text while we've been visiting to see if he has any updates for us. And if he answers, I will certainly share that response with Mr. Carlson to share with yourself and the board.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Board members?
No questions. A comment. Do I have permission to comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with you. This is something that should have been, and I thought was taken care of, so that it would be ready for this school year. That's I mean, the owners had gave the okay to use the property quite a while ago, and I don't understand what it takes to put up a light, and especially where it's solar and there's no. I mean, if one supplier is unavailable to supply, why have we not gone to another? This is about as retarded as the delay that's gone on in getting fire suppression to the warehouse. No further comment.
Yes, I think the best thing, or right now, is keep all communication trail, email, everything, because again, it's when something happens and then it's everybody's rushing and shoulda, coulda, wouldas are gonna come up and
Yes, and there'll be a lot of finger pointing at anybody and everybody else.
Board President,
go ahead.
I just got off the phone with Norman, and he indicated that he sent his supplier, he contacted them last week. They are providing him a quote. This fixture is having to come from France. So he said he would reach out again to her tomorrow. And on getting that and having that fixture shipped.
Oh, you're cutting out, Candace. We didn't quite hear that, but you know,
I'm sorry.
You were talking about the chapter house has a standard fixture. At this point, we don't need to standardize, and I don't know if we're able, Board Attorney Chappelle, if we're able to set a deadline. If the fixture's not here, provided by the chapter, then if we can, out of our maintenance, have get a fixture. I mean, through the state statutes or whatever strings have to be pulled or for student safety, are we able to do that?
Yes, Board President, there's no issue here on us providing the fixture versus the chapter. I don't know, Ms. Thompson, if we can get it faster, is that possible?
No, that's the problem. We can't even get it faster because the fixture is coming from France. One that they have sent to us, asking that this fixture be the one that they want. We can't even get it any faster. That's the problem. Is it's coming from overseas. It's coming from France.
Is there a different kind of fixture we can get until that one comes in potentially?
I would have to do some research. I need to know the size of the pole. I'd have to go over to the chapter house. I believe the pole is on the ground there at the chapter house, and get the pole size and see what is available and what will fit atop of that pole.
Because essentially it's just fixed like hardware to the pole, right?
So the fixture that they have sent us actually sets on top of the pole and is fixed to the top of the pole.
Okay. Yeah, well, I hate to say continue to monitor, but I think we've done enough in the waiting, and we need to get something over there, even flashing lights, something. So, thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Just to clarify, Board President, are you directing
Thank you.
staff to come up with some options so there are some safety, additional safety mechanisms over there in the interim?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll work with Superintendent Carlson on that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Then, if there are no further questions on that, Board President, I can move to my last item.
Well, let me ask, any questions, board members?
I think we've exhausted all questions. They're not getting any satisfactory answers. I don't know at this point.
Okay, let's go with K.
Board President, board members, I have three proposed resolutions to read to you all. It is not an action item, and they're not on the consent agenda, so we would have to put them back on the next agenda for action. So tonight is just introductory, right, Sharon? Okay. So the first one is just to expand the number of land leases that the board has requested us to get renewed. Sebatai, we know we have discussed. Nozomi and Newcomb are the next ones coming up for renewal. And so what you have in front of you is a very short resolution. I'm going to read it, and then I'll stand for questions. Or would you like me to stand for questions on all three at the end, Board President?
Say that again.
I was just clarifying if you wanted me to ask questions after I read each resolution, or wait for questions until I read all three.
After each.
Yes, ma'am. So the first one, titled Directing Superintendent and Legal Counsel of Central Consolidated School District to negotiate renewals for the Sebatai, Nozomi, and Newcomb land leases. Whereas the Central Consolidated School District Board of Education is statutorily and constitutionally authorized with the right to enter into contracts with various agencies by the state of New Mexico. And whereas CCSD authorizes the superintendent and legal counsel to negotiate renewals with terms of at least 25-year terms for the Sebatai, Nozomi, and Newcomb land leases, provided that any changes in the terms of the land leases must be presented to the CCSD Board of Education for final approval. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of CCSD hereby authorizes the superintendent and legal counsel of CCSD to negotiate renewals with terms of at least 25-year terms for the Sebatai, Nozomi, and Newcomb land leases, provided that any changes in the terms of the land leases must be presented to the CCSD Board of Education for final approval. Certification is at the end, and that says, we hereby certify that the foregoing resolution was duly considered by the CCSD Board of Education at a duly called meeting where a quorum was present, and that the same was passed X amount in favor, X amount opposed, and this date will need to change to next month. And so with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members? Can I see that first one? The,
To go back to the first page. And it should be in board docs, right? Essentially, it's just giving us the formal green light to expand the negotiations from Sebatai to including the zoning and
mm-hmm.
but there's no signing authority in this until the board approves it.
So that's all you can negotiate for is another 25 years?
Well, we need at least 25 for state purposes. Some of those leases have 15-year renewals, so we'll have to work on that. But
I
that's
mean,
why I said at least 25.
with this new process, this new one going in, we're limiting ourselves to 25 years?
No, the language is of at least 25 years, so we can't do for anything less than that from a state perspective.
I mean, we're talking about the tribe here.
Most of our leases are 50-year, and the renewals tend to be about 25 years. So.
Did I say?
So that's why I use the language of at least, so we can go higher than that, but we can't go lower than that from a state funding perspective.
But that time is in.
We will definitely work, we will ask for 50, but yes. I can put 50 in here. I don't know if we'll get it.
Because wasn't that the old language?
The old language is a 50-year or beginning lease term, and then the renewals, some of them are 15 and some of them are 25.
Okay.
But the state is not in favor of 15-year renewals.
Okay. Any questions, board members?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either.
Oh, I want to go back to the sped. And I got caught up in being distracted over here. And anyhow, the question asked about who's going to do the audit. I guess it was my understanding it would be someone that's actually in that profession to do the audit and not one that does training, or because to me I feel like that's a conflict. I mean, Amanda, I've seen, our administrators at our conferences, which they do the training, the sessions, and Elena.
She does training, Ms. Gallegos does training. I'm happy to go back to the drawing board on that. I do feel pretty comfortable with her objectivity and ability to do it. But I'm more than happy to go back to the drawing board. I think what I'd like to do is show you some of the information, you and Vice President Kuczynski in particular. And then if you all are not comfortable with it, we can definitely go back to the drawing board. Do you want a clarification from Ms. Amanda?
Yeah.
Madam President?
Hold on, just coming to the podium.
I was just going to clarify the trainings that we've been at together is a different law firm. So it's not the same. Washington Gallegos doesn't present at those. So she has done training for administrators, but we don't do any, she doesn't know our systems or our ins and outs or work on any of our cases. So just so that you're aware. But we're fine with whatever.
Board Member Montoya, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. So I appreciate your re-questioning of that audit, because in my humble opinion, and it's just my opinion, I think that whoever comes in to do the audit should already understand processes, procedures, policies, every aspect of special education services, student support services, and how they're supposed to be rendered, what the legal thresholds are, state, federal, tribal, and come in unabated, go through and audit from top to bottom those services that are being provided or not being provided without being inhibited or any interjection from anybody from that department. They need to come in unabated and look through that department to fulfill that audit. Thank you.
I concur.
In my discussions with Ms. Gallegos, she does have all of that expertise. But again, I'm happy to show that to you all, and then we can go from there, and you can give me further guidance on whether to move forward with her or to open it up again. Board President, would you like me to go to the second second resolution?
The what?
Second resolution.
Yes, go ahead.
So this one came from a request from Newcomb chapter through Ms. Thompson and our superintendent. They are very concerned, Newcomb chapter is very concerned about speeding vehicles along the roadways kind of within that campus, so the ones that goes right in front of the chapter house, but then also the ones that kind of meander within that campus. And then the other concern they have is that folks don't slow down on 491 during school hours. And so I'll read this and then I will stand for questions. Let me go to that one. So this one reads, supporting the Newcomb chapter's efforts to install speed reduction mechanisms on Indian Service Route 19B, Skyhawk Loop, and any other roadways near Newcomb schools and facilities, and supporting the Newcomb chapter's efforts to install school zone warning lights and other school safety mechanisms on US Highway 491. Whereas the Newcomb chapter is a duly certified chapter government of the Navajo Nation with delegated authority to adopt ordinances and to adopt plans on matters of local concerns in the best interest of its local community membership. And whereas pursuant to 26 NNC Section 1B, Newcomb chapter is vested with the authority to review all matters affecting the community and make appropriate correction when necessary and make recommendations to the Navajo Nation and other local agencies for appropriate actions. And whereas the Central Consolidated School District, an educational entity, has been operating within the Newcomb chapter community area for many years, which includes Newcomb Elementary School, Newcomb Middle School, Newcomb High School, Dene B Library, Newcomb Bus Yard, and the Newcomb Teacher Housing Units. And whereas the Newcomb chapter is committed to participating in the process to afford the optimum of academic opportunities to the students of all educational institutions, and whereas the Newcomb chapter membership is increasingly concerned about the high rate of speed of drivers on US 491, Indian Service Route 19B, Skyhawk Loop, and other roadways near Newcomb schools and facilities. And whereas CCSD shares the concern of Newcomb chapter about the high rate of speed of drivers on US 491, Indian Service Route 19B, Skyhawk Loop, and other roadways near Newcomb schools and facilities. And whereas CCSD supports the efforts of Newcomb chapter to install speed reduction mechanisms, including but not limited to installation of speed tables on Indian Service Route 19B, Skyhawk Loop, and other roadways near Newcomb schools and facilities. And whereas CCSD supports the efforts of Newcomb chapter to install school zone warning lights and other school safety mechanisms on US Highway 491, now therefore be it resolved that the CCSD Board of Education supports the efforts of Newcomb chapter to install speed reduction mechanisms, including but not limited to installation of speed tables on Indian Service Route 19B, Skyhawk Loop, and other roadways near Newcomb schools and facilities. And now therefore be it resolved that the CCSD Board of Education supports the efforts of Newcomb chapter to install school zone warning lights and other school safety mechanisms on US Highway 491, and then the standard certification language follows. With that, I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
You hesitated between me and
I
someone
have no
else who
questions.
crossed the line, one that cannot be redrawn. I won't stand.
Okay. Okay, I guess that's it.
One more.
Your third resolution.
Not my fault.
Jermaine, I don't have your third one.
It's at the bottom. Keep scrolling up. This one has to do with NTUA board president, board members, and support for them to expand facilities out in the Newcomb area. The title reads, Supporting Resolution Requesting Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct an electrical system feasible to operate the Central Consolidated School District school campus buildings in Newcomb, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. Whereas the Newcomb schools and community area continue to experience electrical power outages and inconsistent electric service due to insufficient capacity and infrastructure of the subject substation and related equipment. And whereas continuous and historic power outages and inconsistent electric service has substantial effect on the ability of employees in area workplaces and students in area schools. And whereas the Newcomb schools and community area continue to experience low water pressure due to insufficient water delivery distribution systems. And whereas continuous and historic low water pressure has substantial effect on fire suppression and sanitation efforts in area workplaces and schools. And whereas the Central Consolidated School District is in the process of constructing new school buildings to educate students from the local community areas that will expand the need for consistent electric and water service. And whereas CCSD School Board of Education supports and respectfully requests Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to upgrade and make necessary improvements of electrical power delivery and increased water pressure for the Newcomb schools and community area. Now therefore be it resolved that the CCSD Board of Education supports and respectfully requests the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct an electrical system feasible to operate the Central Consolidated School District expanded school campus and the Newcomb community. And now therefore be it further resolved that the CCSD Board of Education supports, respectfully requests Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to make necessary improvements to increase water pressure for Newcomb schools and community. And then the standard certification language follows. With that, I stand for questions.
I'm just surprised they had to make a resolution for that. Any questions, board members?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So going back to, item I, want to go ahead and pull that.
It's not on the consent agenda.
Okay. But how do I say this?
Before I move on it further, are you wanting me to circle back with you guys to make sure that's the entity you want to use?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Happy to do so.
Okay, we're on item 6A. Possible item removed from consent agenda. So on that, with those changes that were made from the beginning, is that recorded twice or one?
Which item are you talking about? The student field trip? or-
Uh-huh.
On the consent agenda, under letter H, it does have unique trip requests, and it both has Newcomb Mid School and Newcomb High School.
Mm-hmm. So how do we make that known?
What we can do is pull it from the consent agenda, and we can discuss it further under letter or number 6.
Board President Aspis, may I?
Yes.
Since it was changed to a one night, it's definitely not a unique request and doesn't require board approval. So
That's
I'm wondering if
correct.
we could just pull it and
Well-
just go ahead and approve it. I can approve it.
I guess I should have asked that earlier, but, item H, remember it came before us, work session as one form? So, and since then, it's been separated.
And so the high school is not going, is that correct? It's just the middle school? As such, if we just pull it, then that particular trip can be just approved by Mr. Switch. Doesn't need to go to the board.
We
So-
still, we still have to pull it and amend it.
Okay, so we'll pull item H.
Okay.
Excuse me, President Aspis.
Yes, go ahead.
This is for Linda Mann. When Mr. Lawrence Yazzie said he was going to change the middle school to one night, they're going to only go Thursday night. However, for high school, we still have it as leaving on the 9th and returning Saturday on the 11th. So we redid our paperwork and we have resubmitted our paperwork to only indicate the 14 students from Newcomb High School for Educators Rising and aligned with the education plan from the Johnson O'Malley program.
Ms. Aspis, that trip request was emailed to me, and I did attach it to our board docs. However, we were having problems with our computer here, so it didn't show up on this one, on this computer.
Yeah, but I think the important thing was that they did separate them.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead and pull H.
Okay.
And then, separate.
Yeah.
I'm confused now. So, board attorney. Okay,
Jermaine. Or either one, doesn't matter.
so with H,
There's two separate.
okay, the middle school, that one didn't need to come before us.
Right, that doesn't need to be
Okay.
voted on.
So why is he throwing in a form?
It's confusing.
Okay.
President Aspis,
Uh-huh.
from what I was informed was that anything that needed more than 3 nights would go before the board for school board approval. I'm not too familiar with that because I had not read that. And they were saying that anything less than 3 nights, it only goes to the superintendent or something like that, like a 1-night trip and a 2-night trip. Ours for Newcomb High School is going to be the 2 nights, the 9th and the 10th, to return on the 11th.
Okay, hold on. So we'll pull item H and for discussion and amendment. And may I have a motion?
Madam President, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda with the removal of item H.
Well, let's discuss H first. Item H under consent agenda. Let's discuss that first. And so could I have a motion for discussion and amendment of item H?
What, I'm confused, madam. What are we discussing?
Item H.
I understand that. What about item H are we discussing?
Well, I can't discuss it until we pass it.
Item H under consent agenda is the unique trip request for Newcomb High School, Newcomb Mid School, Heritage Navajo. Going to,
Can we not approve the consent agenda with that exception and then discuss it?
Board President, may I make a suggestion? I think if you have a motion to remove H from the consent agenda and deal with that separately, then you can approve the consent agenda and have the discussion you want on H separately. So the first step would be a motion to remove H from the consent agenda.
Madam President, I make a motion we remove item H from the consent agenda.
I guess so.
I
Second.
second.
Okay, vote. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And so now there would be discussion on item H.
I don't think that would have mattered.
Just trying to help.
I only went into that discussion because Herlinda was discussing it. So now we are discussing item H. And she brought up about the policy, and I failed to ask for that. Where's the policy?
it's on the, let me show you.
Well, I know it's on the top of the form. Can you read it?
The field trip one?
Yeah, probably just read it.
So this is field trip regulations, section 1, instructional programs, code 16511. IJOA-R, adopted October 12th, 2017. This is from our board policy. Field trip means a school-sponsored first-hand education experience to supplement class activities for students away from the school campus. Activity trip means an experience away from the school campus that's used to reward academic, athletic, or behavioral accomplishments. Local field trips, which do not require students to be away overnight, may be approved by the building administrator. Extended field trips requiring 1 or 2 nights away from home must be approved by the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. Field trips requiring more than 2 nights away from home or of a unique nature in destination or activity will be referred to the board for approval.
So did you hear that, Miss Mann, Herlinda?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I understand.
Okay, so I wanted that the last time, work session,
okay.
but we had gone beyond it and I didn't want to come back to it, so. Anyhow, so what do we do now?
Well, technically, it sounds like the board may not have to vote on this request.
Okay, what do we do, just scratch off NMS?
I mean, technically, the approval from the superintendent is consistent with board policy, so you can just vote to remove it from the consent agenda, which you've already done,
And be done with it.
and be done with it.
Okay,
Especially because our minutes are going to reflect what we just said.
so go ahead, keep talking.
Both trips are 2 nights, 1 night, 1 night, 2 nights.
So the next motion would just be to go back to the consent agenda as you normally would, as amended. So you would get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Do you need some water?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
I second.
Okay. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Well, that was easy. Okay, we'll go on to the next section. Section 8, item A, convene an executive session discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015(1)(h)(2) of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Could I have a motion to go convene in executive session?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I move that we convene in executive session.
I second.
Okay, Secretary Wells
Yes.
and Vice President Haskell.
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. So Reconvening into open session. It's now 10:25 p.m.
Madam Chairman,
Go ahead.
can I make a motion? I can't hear you.
I need a motion to reconvene back into open session.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we reconvene in open session.
I second.
Okay, thank you. And President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. We'll go on to item 9, requested action items and order reports for next meeting.
Madam Chairman,
Go ahead.
you need to read item B under executive session.
Okay. Keeps going off. Okay, item B, reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Now we need a motion.
A motion. We need a motion.
I move that we reconvene in open session.
A second. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
Yes, for me. Okay, go on to item, can we go on to item 9?
Please.
Requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting.
I have nothing at this time, Madam President.
I have nothing. I do.
So we're not gonna put back on there the sped? Okay. I guess Sharon, yeah. And I can't think of anything other than the bus stop light. The resolutions, wouldn't they already go through? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll go on to item 10, plus Delta. Vice President Haskell. Secretary Wells.
Plus, I am glad we discussed the lighting. I assumed that had been taken care of. Being as it hasn't, I'm glad we brought that up and tried to resolve that. I think that's all I have.
Okay. Any other board member?
I have none.
Okay. I have a plus. I'm glad everything was discussed. To me, I felt like it was a hard discussion with the lead security advisor situation. You know, they do what they can do in keeping our district safe, and but at the same time we got to remember that we have good customer service, and so I'm happy with the way it went, because I by no means want to be negative about it. But again, we do work with the community, so it was a big plus. And then hearing the students talk about their experience, you know, with the gifted conference, and it sounds like they had a lot of fun, and with students all over the world, you know. I think that was great. And only as far as the Delta is concerned, I really don't see any so thank you. Suzette, do you have any plus or deltas?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, so may I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
I second.
Okay, Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Hallelujah, yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Bye.